Hello, it's me, Robin, and I'm not interested in buying a live 2D model. How are you today? What if Elden Ring, but there was a yellow and blue filter over it? I mean, by filter, I mean gradient. And clearly that's the only difference. No, it's not. The Convergence is a Elden Ring overhaul mod that changes and adds a whole lot of different stuff. That's the most concise way to explain it. I don't know all of the details and changes, and I haven't actually played too much of it yet. I mostly just briefly messed around with all 27 of the playable character classes that you can start the game as. And speaking of, all 27 of the playable character classes. So, let's go through them all real briefly. Retainer, basic sword and shield knight. Vanguard, like greatsword knight. Marksman, archer. Archery or bows was improved, I believe. Berserker, light armor, big axe. Dreadnought, heavy armor, mace and shield. Sellsword, dexterity, twin blade. Rogue, stealth, knives. And then we get to the main set of classes, which are all different types of wacky wizards, I guess. So we have glintstone sorcerer, gravity sorcerer, ice lightning, magma, storm, night, death, frost, thorns, fire, golden order, beast, lightning, black flame, frenzy, blood, rot, sleep, and like spirit vapors is how it's described. And then the last two classes are item user and you start with nothing. Have fun. So, there's a lot of choices here. I narrowed it down to like 5 that I maybe wanted from the wizards. Then I asked a couple people for their opinions. And then I flipped the coin, and in the end, we're going beast mode. So, time to load the character I prepared in advance. There she is. She's pretty normal. Keepsakes are different. Golden Seed is still here. Sacred Tear is now also here. You can start with a memory stone. You can start with an imbued sword key, which does something different. Stone sword keys don't exist, I think. You can start with a remnant. And you can start with the Fanged Imp Ashes still. The remnants are used to craft talismans. Each type of remnant corresponds to a different set of talismans that you can choose from at a grace. Talismans are now only crafted and never found. One of the many ways progression is different. I'm going with this one. And with all that out of the way, I guess we'll just go ahead and begin. The intro is still here. And you still technically, sort of, start in the Chapel of Anticipation. But yes. This character class, the bestial devout, begins with a bestial spiked cestus. There is a infusion for every wizard. They also have the Clawmark Seal, which now only scales with faith. And they have, well, it's technically labeled vulgar militia stuff, but all the armor is different now too. These all increase faith and strength, and they reduce the FP cost of incantations. Armor now does stuff like this. So we got punch. We got rock throw. We got Magical Beast Claw. We have Rock Throw 2. There's like over 100 new spells in this, by the way. You get the crafting kit and the physic and so on here. You start with the Spectral Steed Whistle. But yeah, everyone technically starts on this screen, but they have a different actual like starting location based on the class you choose. So we activate the funny door and here we are. This is where Beast Wizard starts. They start having a nap with a cool dog in a cave. You might remember this cave. It is a cave early in Limgrave. Normally you'd get like the Beast Roar medallion here. All these wolves are friendly. You also get bonus copies of various things here, because you can also wander over here as anyone else and grab all the Beast Wizard related items. You also get the Beast Repellent Torch here. So, why not be friendly with all beasts for the rest of time? So, what we got here, we got 2 notes and we got a faint rune. This gives me all of the incantations that I already have. We have a couple that we don't have equipped in here too. Crucible Horn and Crucible Feathers are included now. But the notes. The Bestial Devout primarily uses faith with physical damage. The notable weapons for the Bestial Devout are, and it provides a list of various items and their locations. This is more open than regular Elden Ring even. You can go all over the place, like right away. Though the scaling is not different, so it's probably not recommended to do that. And also, the location of how to learn more beast spells. So the most accessible, like from most accessible to latest, I guess. And then also the notable armor sets. Now, there's a lot going on here, and it might be beneficial to go and like mark all of these on the map at some point or something. So I might do that. But yeah, friendly dogs. You can't even lock onto them. You can punch them, but that would be rude. So yeah, this particular chamber is where also one of the quality of life features is you automatically pick up crafting materials. Also, the entire map is here right away. Not the Shadow of the Erdtree map immediately, because we haven't been there yet, I guess. But yeah, many friendly dogs in this tunnel. So a lot of things are different, like placement of items and weapons, and the addition of new weapons and items and spells. You can also craft everything immediately. So there's no craftsman cookbooks, and so on. But I guess progression still boils down to, like, wander through the world in, potentially, approximately, the order of the original game, while like trying to go out of your way to specific places where prizes for you may await. The multiplayer items are still here, even though this is mandatory offline, because otherwise you get exploded. It's kind of funny. Before we actually, well, also, first of all, you can transmogrify your armor to anything in the game. So I can finally make my face invisible, or rather my hat. This also features new armor sets in here somewhere. Like there's a bajillion armors. And also the dragon hearts and stuff from the DLC are here too. which is kind of funny. I'll just stick with this minus the headgear for now, I suppose. And we also have these other spells in here. And this is how we can look at spells. Some of these are different. For example, Beast Talons has a debuff attached to it. But I don't think Beast Talons existed. But it does have a debuff attached to it. Affected enemies' physical absorption is reduced by 5% for 15 seconds. In other words, defense debuff. And similarly, Stone Throw applies concussion. Affected enemies' damage is reduced by 10% for 15 seconds. So we have an attack debuff and a defense debuff. Also, the Crucible spells heal the player when used. There's a lot going on. But before we actually begin, like, we saw that I started sleeping next to a dog, and that was cool. But there are a lot of cool intros in this game, like just small little touches. So let me show you some of the other class intros that stood out to me, like Starcaller. Apparently I'm named QA. I meant to just type A, just to put anything there. But the Gravity Sorcerer is one example of a neat little starting animation. There's an area in southern Limgrave where there's a bunch of like gravity craters, and they summon a guy. Now they summon you. And I think that's neat. I'll show one other one. Hello. This is a mod for Elden Ring that completely overhauls and changes a lot of aspects of the game. Currently, I'm just showing off how a couple of the classes have neat little intro animations, but the class we're actually playing with focuses on beast incantations. So we're going to be throwing rocks and pretending that we have claws and stuff like that. But another cool little intro animation is the Stormcaller. There wasn't storm sorcery in the original game at all. So like, this is a pretty good example of new stuff, I suppose. They just like crash into the ground in a whirling tornado of wind because they can. Storm Sorcerer is pretty neat. They do a lot of stuff. Furry run? Maybe, I don't know. There's just a lot of options, and I eventually narrowed it down to a couple and flipped a coin, and we ended up with beast mode. So, anyway. Conveniently, the Bestial Devout does start pretty close to the actual regular normal start of the game. So like, as far as like scaling and stuff goes, things won't be too bad in that regard. We can do stuff like that. Throw a rock. Oh, you'll also notice in the upper left corner, FP naturally regenerates for everybody, which does remind me that I needed to turn in my item. Hold on. So, remnant crafting. You can now just make talismans based on the remnants that you have. I'm gonna get the Blessed Blue Dew Talisman to have 2 FP recovery every second, because that sounds nifty. And we'll find more of those as we go, presumably. Anyway. Probably I'm just gonna like mess around and see what happens, but I know of at least one nearby place I can go that allegedly has more beast sorcery in it. Oh, I didn't actually change my, that's fine. Once I get more memory slots, that'll probably work out. Might as well just go over here. Throw a rock. This seems like a pretty good starting class, just because you don't have to start in a dangerous area of the game. Or anything like that. Some of these enemies might be more dangerous than usual. I'm not entirely sure. This enemy's always kind of trouble at the start, so... Ow. Well, I died already. Maybe we don't deal with the Godric Knight yet. I don't know. You kind of need a way to, like, just delete that enemy immediately or ignore poise. Shields are kind of a pain in the butt early, and then they forget they exist later. Hello. Thank you for petting Calico. Anyway. Maybe I will try to immediately get extra beast sorcery and see what that's about. I mean, incantations. I think one of the listed areas in the note was the Limgrave tunnels, which are just right here. I assume that generally speaking, there is always one place nearby to where you begin the game as that class. Also, I guess we might try like other classes and stuff too. We don't have to stick with one the whole time. But yeah, like... Oh yeah, there's a... I changed one of the emotes to Jackie from the Etrian Odyssey 3 run. Because Jackie is like comedy gold. And her face is funny to me. She does a lot of things that she shouldn't. But yeah, like, so a lot of stuff in this game is redesigned. I wonder how quickly we'll see it. Like, obviously we're seeing the different sorceries and stuff that I've got, and that's different. But, like, dungeons and things are redesigned as well. Yeah, this is different immediately. So the Limgrave tunnels were not this before. That much is for certain. Good job to that enemy. They did great. So okay, we got Beastmen or something. I forget the name of the... I think they're actually just called Beastmen. All right. So they are a bit dangerous. But also I forgot how to play the video game. Hello, this is Elden Ring: The Convergence. It is a overhaul mod that changes a lot of things about Elden Ring. And I am giving it a try. There are like 27 different character classes, and the one that we are playing as uses beast incantations primarily. I have the power of dogs on my side. I tried to combo that, I really did. It didn't do anything. So far, I'm having some trouble with dog power, it would seem. And by dog power, I also mean I can throw rocks sometimes. Alright, we can try a couple different spells and stuff too. Also, I need to remember to... Oop, not that. We don't have any physic yet. What's funny? I wish I had a better weapon. Yeah, oh, yeah. That is a thing. Okay, the Crucible Horn would have been a way to deal with that, that knight, by the way. Oh, there is dog here. Dog, do not hurt me. I have the torch that you like. I think Crucible Horn might be my best incantation currently. Dog loves the torch. Hello, welcome. Yep, we've got passive FP regen, and I also got the Blessed Blue Dew Talisman, so I have extra passive FP regen. There is one FP regen for everybody by default. And also, it is really easy to get specific talismans because you just craft them from items that give you a selection of talismans to choose from. And those are available as starting gifts, so I chose the one that gives you magic-oriented talismans so that I could have even more FP. The other big Elden Ring overhaul that I'm aware of is Reforged, and it sounds like Reforged, from what I understand, from what I read, Reforged only wants you to play the game in a very specific way. And it's also very punishing if you don't, and also the devs laugh at you if you complain. Like, Reforged has a bunch of stuff like backstepping is now ducking. They expect you to duck and jump over a lot of attacks. The dodge roll has a delay, so you're not supposed to dodge as much. Spells have their ranges reduced often, I heard, but I also heard the opposite. There's a perfect block they want you to use a lot, etc., etc. Meanwhile, this game is the silly fun, wacky spells wizard time version of Elden Ring. Ow. Where I'm getting obliterated by a dog man. I should maybe have more HP flasks, considering my recovery. Hey, that's the wrong brand of spell. Oh right, this recovers my HP when I use it. Hold on, give me a second. I just gotta show this dog my cool spell. The dog loves it. Okay, that dog's a little bit wary about it, maybe. Technically, there's an even better spell for healing that I have that drains all of my MP to do it. So I could just put all of my flasks into FP, SP, MP, blue, and like, you know, rely on the crucible spells when I need healing. It'd be a very silly thing to do. Reforged also loves to increase enemy HP, huh? One thing I heard about it is that if bosses don't take damage or haven't taken damage in the last 7 seconds, they start to heal. Which seems kind of bad. It seems more like Reforged is for people who want a very specific challenge. And this game, Convergence, this mod, is for... It's more shenanigans oriented. Though it also has, like, cool new stuff. Ow. Was there still a stake there? There was. We're good. But yeah, like, based on the little research I did, this one seems like the one for me more than Reforged anyway. And that's probably what's important here. So far, my main concern with Beast Wizard is my lack of having a good weapon at the start. I mean, I have the spiked cestus, but like, the Beast Repellent Torch isn't like a terrible weapon, I guess. I don't need to be using it as a... I don't need to be using it as a weapon. Oh, all enemies heal? Okay. This is very silly. I wonder if this torch is actually like a viable weapon in some way in this mod. Well, time to see what's going on here now. Oh, it's still a troll? I missed. Oh. I didn't know that that happened. I might not supposed to be immediately trying this. Based on what I heard, it seems like some of this game there might be a little bit of a, like, some parts of this, or at least for some classes or whatever, might have a bit of a rough start, potentially. But I think I saw a lot of people saying it ends up being easy, or easier than the regular game eventually. And I guess we'll find out if any of that is true, eventually. Maybe Beast Talons would be good. I'm not sure if they've done that. Oh, there's a hit there. Honestly, maybe I just do this. Maybe I'm overcomplicating it. Or I can whiff. Fist weapons are not for me, generally speaking. Alright, surely we got this on the third try. I tried a little bit of all of the classes just to sort of like narrow down which ones I wanted to try more. Fist weapons allegedly do a lot of like poise damage and stuff in Elden Ring. So like they should be okay. I don't agree with that. There we go. I only tried those very briefly, so I can't really tell you much about them. I think what I'm learning from trying Beast here is a lot of how much I enjoy a class depends on how good their starting weapon is, and this one is bad. So maybe this is not the correct class for me. I did say we could try a number of different ones as well. Thank you for petting Calico. To be clear, I'm not frustrated or upset. I just wish I had a better weapon. Petting Calico just because you want to is also valid. She deserves it. I believe this is compatible with seamless co-op. I think. It might even be built in. So the other thing is that I don't have any health or defense. In fact, we'll spend the first part of the stream like fishing around in the different classes to look at them. How's that instead? I've decided maybe not Beast. Magma could work too. So just to go over all the classes again, we have a bunch of like, we've got Sword and Shield, Great Sword, Bow, Great Axe, Shield and Mace and Heavy Armor, Twin Blade, Knife and Stealth. Then we have the main magic. Magic is like the main appeal, I think. So we've got Glintstone, Gravity, Ice Lightning, Magma, Storm, Night, Death, Ice, Thorns, Fire, Golden Order, Beast, Lightning without the Ice, Black Flame, Frenzy, Blood, Rot, whatever they're calling the mystic stuff. And then we have the item user and the you get nothing. So yeah, they all have different starting locations. They have different starting equipment. They all have like different lists of where to go to get upgrades for themselves. But also, you're not like stuck with one if you start as one. Prisoner actually, there's an Everjail in the background, but they start in Gale Tunnel for some reason instead. Yeah, we can give Mystic a try. There was also a request for Magma. So let's start with Magma first. Lenka here will be our just general testing character, I guess. Unless I use the Nox Oracle because I have a bespoke character for that one, I guess. But yeah, I always just like the Enchanted Remnant. I could also just make up new characters on the fly. Yeah, they did rename Type A and Type B to Masculine Feminine. Yeah. So, Magma is one that seemed pretty good. First of all, they start with the Molten Sword, which I believe is new, but it's based on a curved sword that exists, except it's a straight sword. So you just start with this as your weapon hash. This is what I mean by like the starting weapon does a lot, right? Like Beast you get a punch. Magma Wizard gets Magma Spinning Slash immediately. Yeah, I'm not personally sure how I feel about the masculine feminine bit. Like I guess it does make the intent clear, but also like shrug. But yeah, so they have that. They have Lava Dart, which is one of the like swift glintstone type of things, except it leaves behind the magma. And I don't have any MP, hold on. They've got classic of video game. leave trail of fire where you run, except it's magma that persists for an inordinately long amount of time. Like, magma sorcerer seems goofy. Body type also affects voice options and what gendered terms NPCs use. Okay. Yeah, that makes more sense then. So this is silly. And then they also have magma shot, which is like a big magma shot. It's what it says. It's what you'd expect. And you start in Caelid. Have fun. Welcome to Magma. So we look at our notes. We have the Vulcanist primarily uses intelligence and faith with fire damage. Notable weapons and their locations: Molten Sword, the Blasphemous Blade, the Magma Blade, the Magma Worm Scale Sword, Devourer's Scepter, Seething Flail, Inquisitor's Gerandol, Magma Whip Candlestick, Lodestone of Gelmir. Like, you can tell it, some of these are different, but it seems like they've got a lot of stuff that is, a lot of their stuff is in Caelid and like, or in the Volcano Manor area, which makes sense. Kylum Ruins, which is, I don't know where that is. Giza and Volcano Manor, Gelmir Hero's Grave, Theodorix, who's a new boss, I assume. Then we have like Tanith Quest, Gelmir Night Set in the Gelmir Hero's Grave, etc., etc. They hand you these guides like as these are like your goals, but it's not like your progression order, because I don't think things are that rebalanced. Really. So I always somehow forget where the flask charges are. No hat for me, please. Then we do this. So to demonstrate how I feel like they haven't rebalanced things too much, let's immediately fight a Caelid dog. Like, it is your progression, but it's not like the only progression order. Check out the amount of damage the dog does not take. I think they might do less damage, maybe? 313 runes. I think that might be less. So, like, it feels like they might have rebalanced some aspects of it, but also maybe not. Also, it feels like my weapon Ash of War skill, weapon skill, Ash of War, is significantly better than my spells. Also, there's the rest of the Vulcanist gear around here. And also, like, what the Vulcanist gear does, the starting gear, is Instant Faith by 2 reduces FP cost by 2%. Well, it's not 2% and by 2 on every piece, but just generally reduce FP cost, increase Instant Faith. And yeah, I guess this is like throwing you into the deep end, as it were, but also, like, it's not that difficult to leave Caelid. So it's kind of like the middle of the pool in the metaphor. I don't need this, but I want it to stop glowing. But yeah, we would just need to, like, go west. Actually, let's just make Lenka, like, 15 times and look at all the different wizards. Why the heck not, right? Let's collect the audience opinions on the wizards. I should leave hats on her so I know which Lenka is which. Mystic. Let's take a look at Mystic. They have some different, like, non-existent before preset appearances for some of these. The Mystic was allegedly raised by ancestral followers, and so apparently that you get to be blue if that happens. Wow, cheap viewers. Great. If there are other specific classes that anyone watching would like to suggest, I can use that as a guideline for what order we look at stuff in. So, Mystic. They start with a spiked card, and it has Barbaric Roar. Not a bad weapon, but not like a ridiculous weapon like we just saw. And their whole deal: Faith, Arc, and Endurance. Apparently. They scale with Faith and Arcane. They also have a bow with Dwelling Arrows, actually. So they can do that if they want. But their starting spells, they've got Spirit Vapor. Spray magical Spirit Vapor onto the ground, dealing magic damage to all it touches. Create Strange Area. Pretty slow to cast. They've got Sleep Gas. Wait, I can continue holding this without FP? I assume this does nothing, but I can just, like... I can do this as an intimidation tactic. Perhaps. And they've also got Dream Siphon. Which, funny art there. Upon impact, the target is affected by a curse that deals continuous magic damage for the duration. While the enemy is affected by the curse, you're healed continuously for the duration. Lasts for 30 seconds. So they've got, like, a drain... They've got a debuff that does, like, a small DOT and regen situation. They've got just Sleep Gas, and they've got a weird attack spell. Oh, they also have Ancestral Conduit. Channel spiritual energies to heal yourself and nearby allies. So, I feel like maybe they are, like, meant to use Spirit Ashes and stuff like that, because they do get an ally heal. I'll have to equip that and look at it for a second. Also, they start over here. They did change the way Spirit Ashes work. I don't think I've, like, gotten any. So this is an area that's not... Like, it's next to an area where there are Ancestral Followers in the base game. But this is, like, a new structure. This is an example of a new structure that exists. This will just give me the spells that I have again. There's a friendly ghost dog who tells you, who gives you a strategy guide for $0. The Mystic primarily uses Faith and Arcane with magic damage. The notable weapons are Sword of St. Trina, Greathorn Hammer, Jawbone Axe, Winged Greathorn, Spear of Tranquility, St. Trina's Torch, that's definitely new, Spirit Shaper's Seal. Following locations have Mystic Spell Runes. Okay, so Siofra, Volcano Cave, Altus Tunnel, Aramazula, the Hornsent Grandam. I don't know what that means. Yeah, Mystic is like Spirit Sleep Mage. Also, there's a Dreamer's set in the Lake of Rot and a Great Horned set after defeating Eingrun the Mystic, which is also a new boss, I would assume. So yeah, Mystic seems interesting. Haven't really gotten much of a chance to mess around with them. They do have a Spirit Jerboa here, though. Yeah, you don't find like a tutor. You pick up a rune that gives you bundles of a spell, and you can get spells for other classes. And you can also get like the strategy guides for other classes too. You're not locked into what you start as in any way. It's just like a start. But yeah, we're over here, I guess. I guess, like, I don't know where Kylum Ruins is, but I guess, like, heading down into Limgrave and into Siofra would work out. Yes, Mausoleum, I understand. There ought to be a class that starts with cheap viewers. Maybe that's the Prisoner? So... let's check out the last spell that we have here, too. Well, it's a heal. It's a little difficult to see what the deal with it is. Wait, I can summon spirits here. Can I just summon spirits anywhere? Is that something that I just didn't notice? Let me... You can summon spirits everywhere? I just did not parse that at all. Wow, that's actually really cool. And that, like, makes the spirit angle of this class make more sense. So, I know that we wanted to see Perfumer. Are there any other classes that are calling to anyone that you would like to see, like, the start of briefly before we decide on what to actually do? I have made the bear snooze. Good night, bear. Farewell. They reduce your bars based on your strength. Interesting. I wouldn't be surprised if the Mystic also had stuff to deal with that. You'd like to see how dragony the Dragon Wizard is? Alright. They're mostly lightning spells. They love to throw lightning. Lightning is actually an element I'm pretty hesitant to use in this game, because there's a lot of flashing involved. It's a very... I mean, as you might expect from lightning, it flashes a lot, but we can look at it. Oh, I managed to make my way back to my starting location, I think. Can I speak to you? No, you're just friendly. Oh yeah, that's true. They did change stuff, like they made Frenzy affect every enemy, and they made Deathblade also affect every enemy. Well, I mean, there are probably some things that are immune or resistant to it or whatever, but generally speaking, they made them more broadly usable. What's going on over here? Hello? There's a boss here. Hey, you. Yeah, there's new bosses. Ancestral Shaman. I believe many of the new bosses utilize like existing skills and like enemy patterns and whatnot to some degree, which makes sense. This one is apparently not my friend. Please become sleepy. So based on what this enemy is doing, I feel like some of the ancestral, like, or the mystic spells are probably based on stuff like the ancestral spirit's head and whatnot. Which would make sense to me. Yeah, this is like a normal enemy with a little bit of boss characteristic to it. Maybe. Ow. Is that new? Is that normal? Essence, Physic Remnant, Elemental, Enduring. So you also cracked the Cracked Tears. Also, okay, I now have a good first impression of the Mystic on the basis that I utilized Sleep to negate the ads that a boss summoned, and that felt cool. That was a neat thing that you can't really do in regular Elden Ring. So that's a point for Mystic for me. Maybe we'll consider Mystic. Vigor, please. But also Remnant crafting. Oh yeah, we never made this. Whoops. The glowing golden orb? Do you mean like the Physic remnants? You mean the stuff that I picked up? Because that's what these are. So, I believe Faith Arcane is what we do. We can get... I guess we do magic damage, so why not? And... some of these crystal tiers, did Windy Crystal tier exist in the base game? Enhances dodge rolls at the end of the path past the grace. Oh, okay. We'll get to that in a second. I'm pretty sure I know what that is. Stop rune loss on death in mixed physic? I don't think that existed. I want to see what the dodge roll one does, because I don't think that existed. Memorize... nope, not that one. But the Twiggy tier wasn't vanilla? Huh. I want to... am I light roll or mead roll? Mead roll, that's nothing. Medium roll. Okay, medium. So does that just make it light roll or something? Probably gives it iframes or something. Anyway, the glowy orb was one of the portals, the gates. This is a thing that will happen a lot We will be transported place to place in this mod. Oh, okay. Specifically at Erd Trees, they just give you a dang list. Okay. We could go to many places, including the Realm of Shadow. So one other thing that they did in this mod is the Shadow Tree fragments and ancestral whatever doesn't exist. The DLC upgrade materials don't exist. Instead, all weapons and stuff in the base game now go up to 10 instead of some of them going to 25. And the DLC adds stuff that lets them go to 15. So instead of, they redesigned the upgrade system of the DLC and the base game so that the DLC gives you stuff that does apply to the base game if you want. Which is interesting. But yeah, we've seen Mystic a bit. Let's look at some others. Mystic has surprised me. We just have to remember which Linka is which. I should have left a hat on Magma Linka. So we wanted to look at Perfumer. Perfumer does not have any of the perfume weapons, amusingly enough. Because this started before Shadow of the Erd Tree. Linka is everywhere. Linka is everyone. But what Perfumer does do, specializes in crafting. Focus arcane crafting. So, in this game, I mentioned it earlier, you have access to all of the crafting recipes that exist immediately. And also, you do not need... Yeah, the crafting menu is just literally everything. Also, you don't... Some of it's a little bit messed up because you don't need the pots or the perfumes to make the pots and the perfumes, so these tabs are just empty right now. Also, all the arrows and bolts and stuff. So what Perfumer has, they have, apparently they scale with Aberrant. They have a knife. They have the pulley crossbow. They have the Perfumer's shield, which is probably pretty regular. And they get arcane endurance, vigor, and item discovery from their starting armor. They also begin with a number of consumable items. So this is a playstyle that is a little more encouraged in this version, compared to regular Elden Ring, because there are various buffs to the consumable items. You can more easily access talismans that give you consumable items. We start in a cute little house that was added. It's a nice little house with plants and stuff. I like it. I forgot there was a merchant in 2. I forgot about the merchant class. Wow. We start in a nice little house. And also, something I didn't mention yet. Enemies will never drop equipment. All equipment is a one-time pickup somewhere in the world. Like, literally every option for equipment is just... They placed it somewhere instead of it ever being a drop. Enemies will drop materials primarily. The Perfumer has some notable armor sets. They might have less notes than everyone else, almost, because of they're not wizard. So yeah, Depraved Perfumer, Shaded Castle, Omen Killer, Perfumer's Ruins, Perfumer's Set, Perfumer's Grotto. That all makes sense. And we start in the village of the Albinaurics. If there are... Does this house have like a chest in it somewhere with the Perfumer set in it? Like the traveling stuff? Did I miss that? Doesn't look like it. There might be a second list somewhere with I might be missing an obvious second perfumer note with like specialized weapons and whatnot. But like, as mentioned, any class can do anything. So it might not be that outrageous. Anyway, there's an example. I think fire pots throw much faster than they did, and that's probably more damage. But yeah, also keep in mind this is in beta. So like, this isn't a complete mod. But yeah, this is like, the item-centric playstyle would definitely work, I believe, more in this. We only have one of each of these aromatics at the moment. You think they would at least give you like a note telling you where various crafting materials might be or something? Maybe. Oh, also, I happen to know that one feature that's going to be in 2.1 of Convergence is different horses. Select your horse will be a possible thing you can do. The different horses will have different stats and are not purely cosmetic. I find this amusing. A variety of horse will be available for you to select. Oh yeah, this is the pulley crossbow. It just does that. I think that's normal. They might have tweaked it. Although actually, yeah, they did tweak it. You might notice something. Consider this stat page for this crossbow carefully. You'll notice something that's different. Crossbows have scaling. They gave scaling to crossbows in this. The crystallines are there in vanilla, I believe. They just kind of hang out. Hello, Rose Church. By the way, this is where the Blood Wizard starts. So I guess if you're a perfumer, you can just decide to also be the Blood Initiate. So why don't we look at the Blood Initiate while we're here, I freaking guess. Unless I didn't get the, I might not have gotten the spells, I guess. Oh wait, no, there it is. Nobody wanted to see the Blood Wizard, but we're going to see the Blood Wizard because we just obtained the power of Blood Wizard right now. And it does technically line up. So they get Faith and Arcane and Incantation cost. And send wisps of burning blood towards an enemy that seeks them out. Blood Flame Talons, I believe, is from the base game. Siphon the Formless is, I think, new? This is probably new, and Blood Flame Blade is here too. But let's look at the ones I can actually use. So, also worth noting, these cost HP and MP. Blood Magic costs HP, including the one that existed before. Except for this one, which is grab some health wherever you go. Also, it's actually funny you mentioned Caster Shield. So, Bloodseeker, it looks weird. This feels the most I randomized the visual effects in Dark Souls 3 to me of any of the spell animations. We have Blood Flame Talons, the classic. And just heal. Why not? So like Blood Wizard is interesting maybe. Okay, we've looked at Perfumer and incidentally Blood Wizard now. There was a request for Dragon. I think once we've seen enough, we can start deciding which one to like stick with too. So if anyone has any strong opinions about what we've seen so far, feel free to let that be known as well. Other ones I might want to show just anyway. Like, I like the Gravity one, I like the Storm one, I like the Night one. Fundamentalists, I like their spells, even though I don't like their flavor, I guess. But Dragon Cultist has some cool starting gear. There is that. Like, some of the custom armor in this is like modified from stuff that existed. Like this is, I believe, Melania's helmet without like the wings attached to it. It's really good looking armor. Return of Lenka. How many Lenkas can there possibly be? While we're at it, I should just show you what the other remnants make while we're doing this. So, yeah. This sword is, I believe, the Golden Epitaph from the base game, though it is adjusted. It doesn't function like it. It's a little bit different. But I think that's the base of the model, at least. So yeah, we have the Draconic Epitaph, which has Lightning Slash. Leaves a lightning buff on my sword. Cool beans and all that. We've got the Gravel Seal, classic of Lightning Seal. Lightning Channel. Lightning Spear. But like at a normal speed for Lightning Spear instead of the slow Lightning Spear of Elden Ring. This is like classic Lightning Spear. And we have Honed Bolt, which is also similar to how it works in Elden Ring. Trying Necrons starting with the Imp Ashes? Oh, I should have started with the Imp Ashes on the Mystic, actually, now that you mention it. Maybe. Welcome to the Lightning Dragon Shrine that exists in Limgrave now. Oh, the Rune of Lightning was in the eye of the dragon. That's actually really cool. I didn't catch that last time. We also have Electrify Armament and Electrocharge now. I wonder if they made Electrocharge good. Is that even possible? But, let's see. Lewis says bark, by the way. A corgi is barking. Primarily uses faith with lightning damage. The Draconic Epitaph. Okay, so this confirms that either you can get a second one or you're not meant to find it here and you just start with it if you're the dragon cultist. Godwin's Cragblades. That's definitely new. Glaive of the Ancients, also new. Dragon Great Claw. Gravelstone Arcblades, also new. Many things. And Morn Tunnel, Altus Draconic Tree Sentinel, Lord Contender Everjail, that might be new. Farah Missoula. And then an Invisible Scarab, great, and Draconic Tree Sentinel again. So yeah, lightning. There's the stone seal. For this, we begin in a new fun dragon installation that exists next to the lake. So you can just fight the dragon immediately if you want to. Also, there's some bats. That spell is okay. It's just like, it's really easy for it to whiff, but like, it's okay. Also, I guess we start with this checkpoint. The Necromancer has the Summon 3 Skeletons spell, for the record. Yes, Thunder, Lightning, Explosions, I get it. So, let's see. The Combat Remnant, as opposed to the Mystic one. I didn't show the rest of the stuff the Mystic one can do, but this is like where all the, well, combat talismans live. Like, precision shots, stances, crits. Some talismans are different than they were as well. And like, there's probably some new ones, and there's some that are cut. Like, there's only one Warrior Jar Shard. Summon 3 skeletons! I think that was the summon for God's Voice. Companion Jar here is great if you start as Perfumer, probably. They combined the Assassin Dagger ones. And so on. Why not? So, Honed Bolt is still... I think Honed Bolt got a lot slower. No, you can still spam it. Okay. I don't know how good Lightning Channel is going to be. It's funny how, like, some of the spellcasters have, like, special effects on their things, like the beast ones that have debuffs and so on, and others don't. Did they make Electrocharge good? Let's find out together. Oh, also, I should actually point something else out, I think. Or try something else while we're here. Electrify Armament, please. So. Right Armament 1, 172. With Lightning Slash. 257. Oh, that's a big bonus, huh? What if I also Electrify Armament? 293. Okay, what if I put my sword away and only Electrify Armament? Okay, they don't stack, but Electrify Armament is stronger than Lightning Slash's buff. But at the same time, it makes Lightning Armament still feel a little redundant. Is this good? Also, I think you can charge Electrocharge. Yeah. Yeah, the Underworld Mage has, like, probably the buff and, the thing on their weapon. Hey, this actually does a little bit of damage now. I think they made Electro Charge good, kinda. It flinches things. Electro Charge did very little damage normally. Also, it seems that Lightning Spear does a lot. I think Lightning Spear got buffed too. Alright, Dragon Cultist might start busted, like, compared to some of them. Little bit ridiculous right off the bat. Good starting set for this one. There was a call for Dragon Cultist has impressed you. Fair enough. There was a call for Necromancer. I think once we do, like, settle on one, I might do, like, I'm not gonna just, like, show all the classes and be like, okay, bye. And I might stream Convergence more after this first one, but perhaps this first stream is just generally a... Let's find out what we play as. Some of the lightning flashes in the game are worse than the spells on the Dragon Cultist. I'm thinking of some in the base game, like the red dragon lightning spells. Some of those are kind of bad. Necromancer. Oh, Necromancer also has a bespoke starting appearance. Seems very pouty. While we're here, we might as well also show the Warding Remnant. And yeah, I agree, the Frozen Lightning is more flashy than the Dragon Lightning in this game so far. Oh right, the Ashes. Hold on. You're right, you're right. I don't know what you mean by the Necromancer's interaction with the spirits, but I will check. I should check that. God, there's so many Linkas now. Okay. Thank you for the reminder. There we go. I haven't tried Spirit Ashes much in general yet, so I should do that anyway. Because I haven't really found any on most other characters. They have some spells that do things like reduce the bar reduction. I don't think they start with them. What they do start with is the Death Cane Sword. Reminder, there is a scaling type for every wizard, including death. This causes death buildup passively. It's just the Cane Sword, though. The Blighted Branch. Oh yeah, I don't think I looked at the staff information thing before. They have this. Each staff is better or worse with different damage types. And they include a lesser, and they include like an affinity as well for his special spell types. I mean, death buildup is probably pretty alright. Necromancer equipment, Instant Faith, and reduce FP cost. Also, looks pretty cool, like visually. I'm a fan of this look. Starting spells, we've got Fia's Mist, inflicts holy damage and death blight. Fia's Mist did exist in some form before. We've got Tibia's Summons, which also existed. This is the aforementioned Summon 3 Skeletons. It's... if the enemy moves, it doesn't work, but otherwise, it's pretty alright. And Blighted Armament, we can increase the death blight of our sword. And furthermore, Tibia's Conversion. Fires a projectile that will turn an undead enemy to your side, which lasts until warp or death. Simply befriend the skeleton. I did try Necromancer enough to notice that they started close to a catacombs dungeon that allowed for good demonstration of that. And also there's funny AI quirks of that. Also, they start here with some friendly skeletons already. Hello, my friendly skeletons. You're just hanging out. And weapons. Faith and Intelligence with Holy Damage. Death's Poker, Helfin's Steeple, Mantis Blade, Eclipse Shotel, Deathrite Dagger, Sacrificial Axe, Rosus Axe, Death Ritual Spear, Rosus's Harvester, Ghost Flame Torch, and the Prince of Death's Staff and Family Heads in many different places. That's a lot of weapons. You might not be too surprised to note that many of the Necromancer things are in catacombs or relate to Deathrite birds in some way. There's some graves in here too. And so on. There's a lot going on in Convergence in general. But yeah. So we have like this bespoke little starting area for the Necromancer that's new. Oh yeah, that does, I see now, it does cut the bars and put a little debuff icon up there. Neat. So, the Church of Pilgrimage was not Skeleton Zone before. That graveyard was over there. But this does, the Necromancer does get a bonus Sacred Tier at the start, which is nice. We gotta show Befriend a Skeleton, the spell. And also our other spells while we're at it. That mist persists for a while. But yeah, there's like a convenient crypt over here for me to demonstrate Befriend Skeleton. I think Fia's Mist was different in the base game, but it did exist. Also, I feel like you might notice something else, just in general. Or maybe I'm imagining it. I feel like they overhauled the lighting in the entire game so that the lantern is never truly necessary. Befriend the skeleton! You're my friend now. Fight that other skeleton. Oh hey, you're supposed to go here for Necromancer. Befriend the other skeleton! But they were already fighting, so they might still fight. Except they can't hit each other anymore. Now they're just confused. They're not gonna follow me. But they only fight things like in the vicinity. But you can just cancel every skeleton. Well, not like cancel. You can't like make people on the internet mad at the skeletons, but you can like invalidate the threat of skeleton. Remove the threat of skeleton. No. We're not fighting. Simply go through the entire dungeon without fighting a single enemy. It's very funny. You can make other necromancers mad at them, maybe, yeah. Every skeleton is my friend. Oh yeah, that's true. Iza did mention friendship mage, I think. I think it was Iza. And, well, necromancer is the friendship mage, I guess. Yeah. Granted, this probably has fairly limited utility in a lot of instances. Oh no! That skeleton was not my friend. Stop fighting. You can fight that other one, I guess. I don't have enough MP for this much friendship. Ow. Right. Oh, there's a weird oddity where they put the spirit calling bell in my usable items slot with Necromancer, which is, it's never been a usable item. But yes, befriend every skeleton. I don't know if this is enough to sell anyone on Necromancer as an option, but it might be. I believe it's the same spirit calling bell. Yeah, because it's not actually assignable to the quick slot. It's just a weird oddity of the mod. And there, only like one skeleton died in this dungeon. Yeah, it's great. Just gonna get my flasks back. The skeletons are no longer my friends, but that's okay. Right, you. I slightly dispute the idea that summon 3 skeletons is never good. Well, I might die now. Nope, it's fine. Okay, maybe it's never good. My dispute did not last particularly long. Oh, I'm dead. Never mind. Didn't do the follow-up. Oh, the other imp is outside. Oh no, I didn't notice. You don't count as undead, do you? I don't think you do. Wait, we already get new necromancy immediately? Okay, necromancer has a different kind of advantage at start. Rancor call, always good. Lingering blight. Rally the legion. Accursed binding. All right. So necromancer is our first preview of what apprentice level spells look like. Which does give necromancer an advantage. All right, so memorize spell. Tell me about the spells. Is Rancor Call the same? Did Rancor Call do Frostbite before? I don't think it did. I don't think you could charge it either. No, you could charge the second Rancor Call at least. Oh, it did? Rally the Legion. Increases the damage of all summons and allies by 10% and increases their defenses by 15%. Also adds HP recovery to all summons and allies, lasts for 1 minute. Okay. So you can buff all of your summons and persuaded skeletons. Accursed binding, perpetual enchantment. Ah, there was one of these is on one of the other classes. I think the fundamentalist gets one of these. Makes the caster immune to summon debuffs and adds 8 stamina recovery. The spell does not expire. Recast to toggle the effect. To clarify, it does expire if you die, but you can do a funny prank. That's not the button. Accursed binding. It persists through removing it from your spell slots. So, hooray. Yeah, immunity and free stamina recovery, apparently. I feel like it shouldn't persist through being removed from your spell slots. But yeah, and like, maybe if you die with it in your spell slot, it doesn't go away or something. Rancor Call. Seems similar to normal. And this won't do anything right now, but wait. Summons don't even cost anything. Hold on. Wait, hold on, wait a minute. Why'd you disappear? Okay, now you're doing stuff. Okay, you can charge it for... I think they made Rancor Call into one spell. Like... I think that's regular. Hold on, stop respawning. And I think the charged version is the more powerful version of it. Oh, you got Deathbladed. I might be wrong, but I think that's like whatever the second rank recall spell is, and that's the first one. Oh, that reminds me of something really funny. We're gonna make a melee character for like 1 second. On the regular Elden Ring stream that I did yesterday, we discussed how it seemed weird that Stamp Sweep and Stamp Uppercut were 2 separate Ashes of War and not like a stance one that had 2 attacks. QA is just my filler name now. I guess. Guess what they did exactly in this mod? Like, look, I have the skill Stamp. R1, Sweep. R2, Uppercut. Literally exactly the thing that I said, I think, which is funny. I'm amused by this. There are new Ashes of War and new like melee weapons and stuff too, so it's not entirely Wizards only hour. I've sold you on the mod. Alright, were there any other characters we wanted to see? This mod seems cool. It's just a little bit of choice paralysis at the start. Anyone else we wanted to look at? I like the Storm one. We can show that one maybe. I like the Night one. Kirby? Kirby's not in this game. Storm has a really cool entrance, yeah. Frost also has a pretty neat entrance, but... So, for Storm, they gave us the Noble Slender Sword, which normally has a 0.5% drop rate. Stormcaller's Staff, of course. Int, Faith, and Strength. We get Storm Gust. Rebuff. Storm Armament, which has no casting sound effect apparently. Storm does physical damage and also like makes enemies fly around and kills their poise. We also have Air Tax, which is a DOT because it makes things struggle to breathe. Also lowers their ability to block attacks. Oh wait, no, it does. It's not a DOT. They deal less damage and have less blocking. It's an odd one. Physical Affinity. Okay. Yeah, you know, slightly inhibits breathing. It's fine. But yeah, if you didn't see when I demonstrated it earlier, this is one of the cooler entrances that a class has. From the heavens! Sure, why not? They were just like hanging out in the sky, I guess. Stormcaller also has a pretty funny starting location from my previous testing. Also, it's interesting that they have a shield in their notable weapons list. I don't think it hurt, no. So, Zephyr Blade sounds cool. Banish Knight's Greatsword, Banish Knight's Halberd, Gargoyle Stuff. Dairu's Greatsword. Dairu the Scavenger King, that's new. Axe of Godric, Tempest Caller Staff. Did it hurt when I fell for... God, the classic flirting line. Yeah. Path of the Stormcaller. Various catacombs, as one might expect. They only have one notable armor set currently, apparently. Let's see if I run into the funny thing immediately. I don't remember what direction I went in. We're over here, kind of nearish to Stormvale. Is it just this structure over here that I immediately went to figure out what that was about and I got pranked? I believe so. Want to see a cool prank on the part of the game? Crafted Scion instantly. You might notice the poise damage that this does is pretty significant. Also, the noise is a little bit obnoxious. Maybe. Oh. I dashed into the yell. I got a little bit too cool spin. Definitely obnoxious. Yeah. Yeah, I don't like the storm gust sound effect. It's a bit much. So, probably not storm actually then. Oh, air tax does do a dot also? Yeah, if the sound is quieter, it'd be okay. Night. Even though you look completely different, also Lenka, because that's just the name I randomly generated and I liked it and I'm using it. Right, I didn't actually show the warding remnant, so... According to this, the Nox Oracle was once a leader from the old empire and seeks to revive the glory of the Nox. Also, there's all these descriptions here that I didn't mention. But night sorcery in the base game is the stuff that, like, enemies don't notice. There's not, like, a ton of it, and I'm wondering what they do with it. So they start with the Night Shamshir. I don't know if this is the base Shamshir moveset, but it's a neat curved sword moveset that I don't remember seeing. So they got that. They got Night Shard, which I think something similar to this did exist. They've got Quicksilver Affliction, which is a poison of life-sapping silver that deals damage slowly over 10 seconds and does not stack with other Quicksilver spells. They've also got Night Maiden's Mist, which is a different damage over time that I don't know if that counts as a Quicksilver spell. And they've got Shadow Bait, which confuses enemies. Night was one of the ones I'm most interested in because I'm just wondering where it goes from here. They get Int, Faith, and Dex. AoE and single target options, fair enough. I believe that this is a different starting location than the one they had originally. But we start over here, in a little house. We have a friend who gives us a strategy guide again. And we've also befriended a number of silver tiers that hang out. So Midnight Dagger, Quicksilver Rapier, Nox Flowing Sword and Hammer, Star Shadow, and Lusat's Night Staff. Primarily faith and intelligence with magic damage. Raya Lucaria Crystal Tunnel, Mirage Rise, Stargazer's Ruins, and Deeproot Depths. And Sage's Cave, Nokron, Deeproot Depths, etc., etc. Celia Crystal Tunnel. So they got 4 armor sets, 4 runes, bunch of weapons. They did some interesting things to Frostbite. Huh. Poison Spray Mist is just here. Weird. But we start right next to the entrance to Einsel River, which is probably a bit much to go into right now. So what else is around? Actually, since we're over here, I'm pondering a thing. Let's find out. Let's find out what's up with the Turtle Pope. Oh, bear. Oh, there's a shattering mechanic? Interesting. Okay, there's a big fire monk camp over here. I think that's larger than it used to be. There definitely wasn't one of the tanks up here before. Right, church is up here. Yeah, I think they probably buffed it a bit. Church vows.
Your tie welcome. I am my apology. Do you know how it came to be? Well, that is shattering as it is here by the matter, and so the earth. Oh, was you are free? I would so if you find, unless in which case.
Okay, you have all of the starters, all of like the basic starter stuff. Interesting. So we can get a little bit of. So we have Swift Gloomstone Shard. We have Gravity Well, which is what the Gravity Mages start with. Frozen Crag Bolt, Lava Dart, Night Shard, etc. Freezing Mist, Body of Briar. One of the Thorn Sorcerer things is just you get the roll to do damage effects. You also get physical absorption, but it's kind of silly. And a number of starting faith things as well. Which reminds me that the Frenzy Mage is pretty good. This is just like a straight up laser beam that's super fast. It's a surprisingly good starting spell for Fate, or from Frenzy. No, not rolling for damage in that way. That took me a second. Different way. Hey, check out this. You hate it? They hate it. Love you too. See what's going on over here, because that's definitely a more substantial camp than it used to be. Can I, like, lob this? I sure freaking can. Oh, they hate it so much. Oh, they noticed me, though. So, Night Sorcery seems interesting. Oh. One of the prelates already? Yeah, you're definitely not present early game normally. Yeah, you're definitely not around in the early game, normally. And your stats reflect that. Interesting. That feels like a... I guess that was kind of a preview of Night Wizard. What else we got? I'm gonna skip Underworld Mage because they have even more flashing with their lightning. We can do Gravity though. Gravity's cool. I don't know what this hood is. It's a silly hood. One day I'll show what the Warding Remnant actually does, if I remember. So, Gravity. They took the Digger's staff and they made it purple, and now it's a Gravity staff. I also just have a short sword with the Gravity affinity on it. We get Strength and Intelligence, and reduced cost of sorceries. We have Gravity Well, which is similar to how it used to be. Shatter Earth is now purple and a Gravity spell. And we have Rock Burst. All of these are pretty strong. I think there might be... No, there's not a fourth. Yeah. I think it's also a thing that the Falling Star Beast Jaw weapon does. I still like how you, like, emerge here. Because normally these guys summon an Alabaster Lord mini-boss, and now they summon you. And it's a little bit neat. So, Sword of the Cosmos, okay. That's the Wing of Astal on the paper there. Alabaster Lord's Greatsword, Wing of Astal, Onyx Lord. Meteoric Ore Blade, Bastard Stars, Falling Star Beastjaw, etc. Strength, very strength intelligence. And then various caves and jails, and the full-grown Falling Star Beast is here. Astal 2 is here, in that's the Annex Tunnel, I believe. Radon's set is gravity-oriented now. But yeah. Gravity was one of the ones that made a good first impression for me with my initial testing. So let's find some stuff to throw gravity at. I can show the warding thing. This is all the defensive and shield related talismans and whatnot, as you might expect. They've consolidated a lot of these. I think they nerfed the Dragon Crest Great Shield a little bit. I might be wrong. There's also this interesting grants immunity to environmental lava damage one. I don't think that existed. They combined get stuff on defeating enemies into like HP, FP, and stamina, which I think is different. It's probably still good, even if it is not as good. It's probably just as good. I don't really know. I sound like I know things, but I don't know that much. The main downside of Gravity Wizard Deer is probably that they start with a short sword. Gravity Well still pulls things in. Shatter Earth is pretty powerful. Is that a chargeable one? Allows 2 follow-up attacks. I got 1 follow-up attack. Reforged nerfed all the talismans and stuff too. That doesn't feel fun. I don't subscribe to their idea of what fun is, I think. But yeah, Gravity seems like a pretty good one to me. Mushroom. I guess Gravity Wizard gets the advantage of being able to start right next to a bonus memory stone as well. I don't think you could lock onto these before. I didn't mean to mark the map. Yeah, Esoteric seems to describe what I know of Reforged pretty well, I think. Oh, right. There's a Nightmare Catacombs nearby. We did this Catacombs on the regular Elden Ring stream thing yesterday. They changed the Nightmare Catacombs over here into Frenzy Town. Welcome to Frenzy Town. Hey, Shatter Earth seems pretty ridiculous. Okay, they didn't nerf talismans that much? Interesting. But Reforged generally just sounds kind of frustrating and unfun to me. Well, this seems more interesting. But this is Frenzy's Town, USA now. Check out this enemy. They're normal. And by that, I mean I die horribly. With some of these classes that start next to like a little bit of a dungeon, it's easier to demonstrate what they do. I think most equipment in the base game doesn't really have effects on it, generally speaking. Pull the rat. I feel like they nerfed rats into being less annoying, but maybe I'm imagining that. Distant stringed instrument music. Good old prattling Pate is still here. So that enemy like turns to anticipate your roll when casting Frenzy Burst or whatever, and that kind of sucks. But sometimes that's just how it is, I guess. This is also an enemy, but they don't do anything if you don't fight them. Also, you know, pile of burning bodies or whatever, it's fine. And you might wonder, what did they do to the boss of this place? Well, they got rid of all the imps, but now it's a frenzied watchdog. They made a new version of the watchdog. I've just noticed that my sword has kick on it, which is not particularly helpful. Hey, what are you doing? Oh, you buff your sword with Frenzy Flame. Cool. You staggered for one microsecond. That's unusual. Hey, we get to see some of the later Frenzied Flame stuff on a character that can't use it. We get to look at the descriptions. Frenzied Burst, funny icon, mark of frenzy, inescapable frenzy, deranged fury. I feel like I wouldn't enjoy that aspect of it, but it is an interesting idea. A melee-focused buff. Oh god, that's actually a lot of text. Increases melee damage you deal by 10%, increases all absorption by 20%, and reduces the stamina cost of attacks by 20%. However, you receive continuous madness buildup for the duration. Lasts for 2 minutes. Huh. Interesting. Latches onto foes, spreading the madness. Only effective against tarnished. Causes your hands to alight with the yellow flame of frenzy. Create a large eruption of fire and leave a large mark of the 3 fingers on the ground. That sounds ridiculous. They take damage and madness buildup. Yeah, it sounds similar to the Vike's War Spear thing, and it does mention him. Eye lasers, classic. But I can't use these as a gravity wizard. That said, we can check out Frenzy Wizard next. And then I guess, like, what do we have left? Like, Thorn Wizard? They're all wizards to me. We have... Okay, we haven't seen Rot Wizard, Frenzy Wizard, Black Flame Wizard, or Thorn Wizard, or... I mean, Fire Prophet's probably the most, like... These two, Fire Prophet and Fundamentalist, are probably the most, like, you can get a good idea of what this is. Frost, we haven't seen Frost yet either. There's a lot of them. There's a lot of characters in this game. I said we do Frenzy next. So, Frenzy. I mentioned Frenzied Flare. What if you just had a really fast Frenzy laser? This is one of my favorite starting spells, I think. Frenzy Flamethrower. That one's a bit loud, visually and audio-wise. And, regular Flame of Frenzy. Known quantity. We also have a Misery Chord. And we get Instant Faith and casting speed. And we start here with friendly Frenzy Rats. That's true. You could do that. Misery Chord would be a cool name to have. Faith and Intelligence with fire damage. Ivory Sickle, Nomad's Hilish, 3-Finger Blade, Vike's War Spear, Frenzy Flame Seal. Yeah, we got that Shimmering Rune. Frenzied Maiden set, Fingerprint set, Nomadic Merchant set. Interesting. It's notable that, like, all of the sacred seals have been adjusted. Like, these are all new, basically, and they all have 0 weight. Okay, you're not actually mad at me. Everyone here is my friend. They're just having a bit of a time. But yeah, we're over here in this timeline. Also, Flamecrest Wooden Shield is still here, though it's not really specific to me in any meaningful way, I don't believe. Just a shield. Can I make that jump? Close enough for it to count. I think there's a caves over here somewhere. Yep. We're going here. What's this all about? I haven't been here before. Scarab noise? I've been here in regular Elden Ring, but not in Convergence. I missed... Right, I forgot about Prank of Tunnel. Sometimes that happens. Now I'm over here again. Pretend you didn't see that. Oh, there's a much easier to reach thing right here. Oh yeah. Are these any different? I'm dead. I got in a corner. Oh, there's a stake here. Frenzy Wizard is having a little bit of a difficult time, maybe, at the start here. Okay, I'm sold on this class at least a little bit.
To the stars. For those we have lost. That's my building, give it back. I need more 5 lines.
Destroy!
Oh yeah, you can put Frenzy on your weapons. It's not just a misery cord. I believe That's My Building, Give It Back is from the Mega Man cartoon. I had a number of Mega Man cartoon lines suggested to me at some point. Okay, it doesn't work as well on a larger enemy. Only like a medium enemy. You having a good time over there? Huh. Well, there's the Lord Sorin's straight sword, which is in a fixed location now, by the way. Is this any different? Probably not. So I guess that was a demonstration of Frenzy. Moving on to the rest of them. Let's try Frost next, I guess. I think I don't need to demonstrate Glint Sorcerer either. Though I will say that Glint Sorcerer does have one spell that is like, turn this on permanently, and damage will be drained from your FP instead of your HP. Until it runs out. And that's an interesting one. Yeah, Glintstone did seem pretty regular. That's like your regular sorcery option. For Frost, we have Ice Dart. Also, they used Alberic's hat to make a Ice Witch hat, parentheses, not gigantic. Which is funny to me. Ice Dart, Freezing Mist. Frozen Armament. Notably, you can put armaments and stuff on things like the Ice Needle, which is what we start with. We get to start with the Ice Needle for this class, which is an interesting little sword. Intelligence and Arcane, and Cost of Sorcery. I believe Frozen Armament and Freezing Mist are both more or less the same. Ice Wizard has a neat intro too. You know, that's just how I sleep. Should check the descriptions. Damage is greatly augmented on frostbitten targets. Yeah, okay. That makes sense. So they do have like a bit of a combo thing going on there. So Dark Moon Greatsword, Frozen Needle, Zamor Curved Sword, Frozen Twin Shards, Zamor Star Mace, Ice Rind Hatchet. Looks like the Ice Rind Hatchet is still in the same place. Royal Greatsword, Rhymeheart, dropped by Borealis. That's a dragon, I think? Snow Witch Staff, Ice Crest Shield. So, do Ronnie's questline if you're doing this one. And we start here. Kind of a weird starting location. Yeah, I think the idea is that you're her student, basically. I think that's correct. So, Ice Wizard gives kind of a poor first impression on account of there's a bunch of shield enemies next to you. I have to assume they'd be better against enemies that are not shielded in this way. The rapier is cool though, yeah. Are there... No, this just looks like areas where there are catacombs. I don't think there are any over here. There's a little bit of stuff over here, but not like a dungeon. Not normally. Powerful rat. Okay, yeah, you can see the increased damage there. Like this will quickly inflict frostbite. And that's a big numbers, like compared to just using it normally. So Ice Wizard does some combos and stuff. Oop. All right. Wait, oh, I have Chilling Mist on this. Chilling Mist is not normally on this weapon. Oh, I died. I did not notice the Chilling Mist component of this. I pressed the wrong button and perished, I think. Chilling Mist is pretty good though, by the way. Is that this right here? There's an Everjail right there. I don't know if that's the one. Hey, this is different. What's this? What's this? Cage gloves. This is archery? Winged sight. So the winged scythe is still here. Yeah, this is archery. Strength and dex, bow range. Bonus effect if you don't have a weapon with interfaith scaling. When you draw your bow or take aim with a crossbow, for each second you hold it, you gain a buff that increases the damage of your next bolt or arrow shot by 7%, and it stacks up to 21%. There's some wacky archery stuff going on. I think this was the Zamor boss before. They might not care about ice too much. And yeah, this is the Weeping. Is this one of the places that gives a ice witch thing immediately? Yep. That was the Wondrous Physic. That was not the Crimson Tears. I can get this one in a couple tries, probably. A few tries. Several tries. No, I was casting Ice Start with the staff. Ah, dang it. So I think the Ash of War I have actually inflicts frost more reliably than Freezing Mist does. Also, there's a big hit attached to it, so... Okay, when I don't have Frostbite up on you, I do like way less. Okay, I can't... Do I have medium roll or light roll? I need to learn that that attack is not something I dodge away from. I think I probably dodge towards. Maybe. I have medium. Forgot. I would be able to beat this boss if I were able to trigger Frostbite reliably and I were better at the video game, maybe. It seems like I was able to trigger it really quickly on the first attempt, and then, like, it's been dodgier since then. What if? No, not that. This. Also, the dodging doesn't help. Yes, good, get stuck on a rock. Perfect. Shoutouts to this rock. This rock is my new best friend. We get to see some extra frost magic. Ice Crag Arrow, Rena's Barrier, Frozen Spikes. Strike your staff down at your feet, freezing the ground in front of you and causing numerous icicles. Okay, so Hoarfrost Stomp. But like better, probably. Conjure a large spherical barrier of frost that repels enemies that touch it and builds frostbite. And deflects magical projectiles. That sounds fun. And Ice Crag Arrow. It's better dart. You know, I could have also picked this up while I was here. True. So it's not like strictly better dart. It is a different thing. No, that's not visually wonderful to look at when you're standing in it. A bit flashing lights. Ow. The barrier would be good if it was more tolerable to look at, I think. Now this, though... This is ridiculous. The wall repels enemies and, It said it... Let me read it again. It, repels enemies and inflicts frostbite and also deflects projectiles, magical ones. So they try to walk through it and they flinch. But yeah, alright. Frost Witch seems pretty good. So this class seems like an alright idea. We got a couple more, but before that, I'm gonna do this. which means I'm gonna roll the funny dice. I mean, flip a coin, and you can bet channel points and all that stuff. So, prediction. Start. This or that. Oh yeah, there's a tiny Jackie there now, as well. She's hiding. The correct answer was that. Congratulations to all that voters, and condolences to all this voters. Here are your crystals. And yeah, I did see that I did see Reforged. I did see something about a Majora's Mask game mode, but I don't know any details. You can only have 10 characters? Okay, well, who do we not like? Storm is too noisy. Too many Lenkas. Who have we not liked so far? Let's start forming some opinions. Any favorites? Unfavorites? Perfumer? I don't... Did I keep the perfumer? Which one are you? I should have kept your hat on. Right, you're magma. I didn't really do much with magma, truthfully. Very bright? Yeah. True. I hadn't considered brightness, particularly. We didn't do anything with magma, so even if we did go with that, it wouldn't be any trouble to start them again. So, of the ones I can recognize because I kept hats and stuff, I liked Mystic. I like this was this was Perfumer, but I picked up Blood. Lightning seems promising. Death seems interesting. Night could be interesting. Gravity has a really funny save icon. Frenzy's alright. I don't know about Frenzy. But I think I'm liking Mystic, the Lightning, the Dragon Cultist, Necromancer. I'm still curious about where Night Sorcery is going to go. Gravity is interesting. And Frost is also interesting. So these Lenkas are currently interesting Lenkas. What other Lenkas do we have to try? We have, as I mentioned, Flame Prophet is basically just like fire spells from the base game. Fundamentalist is a little bit different than holy spells from the base game, and they also get to start with the Blade of Calling, which is an interesting little dagger, so there's that. Like, Fundamentalist isn't too bad. We gotta try Thorns. Yeah, Mystic seemed interesting for sure. I really liked being able to put boss, like, summons to sleep. That was a cool bit of gameplay. So, Thorns is goofy. First of all, you get the Regalia of Aokade immediately, which is a bit wacky. If you don't know, this is a straight sword that can do this. It's pretty good. It's alright. You've also got physical damage with Intelligence and Arcane. Intelligence, Arcane, and Endurance. As far as spells go, Briars of Sin is, I think, pretty normal. Reviled, exiled criminals that nobody likes ever. This is, that one from normal game. Body of Briar. Now I do damage when I roll, and I have some physical absorption, and also Briar Wrapped Armament. What if I could buff the Regalia of Aokade even more? What if that happened? Is this good? Also, when this spell is cast, it causes bleed buildup on you, is a feature. Physical affinity, causing weapon attacks to build bleed. Many would embrace the stigma that was placed on them after being branded as guilty and would walk a malevolent path, thirsting after the suffering of others. Yeah, alright, sure. I feel like some of these descriptions are new, but I feel like they hit the tone of Elden Ring item descriptions pretty well. Many followers of the Blood Star were shunned after they inadvertently caused the corruption of Glintstone through their evil deeds. Maybe not this one, I don't know. Only a very few sought out this fate by choice. Well, okay, if this is from the base game, the Blood Star and all that is already canon, so... Yeah, well, this is, okay, yeah, this is the Regalia. There's another AOK'd sword that does a similar thing that I forgot the name of.
Gender is only cosmetic, and has no bearing on ability. Age has no bearing on ability. Prejudice births malcontents. Become a dark spirit. 60 time for crab.
Oh no, that didn't work for some reason. Also, I erupted out of thorns. I'm here now. For some reason, starting location of Thorn Wizard, Artist Shack, exploded by evil thorns, but the painting's still fine. I was merely appreciating fine art and destroying my own house. Intelligence and Arcane, the Regalia, the Marais Executioner's Sword is the other thing I was thinking of. Thorn of the Guilty, Crimson Briarbow, Hoslow's Petal Whip is now Thorn, apparently, as are the Bloodhound Claws, Shield and Staff of the Guilty. Forlorn Hound Everjail. Well, we can go there.
Time for crab.
There it is. Unsightly Catacombs? I don't know those ones. But yeah. I find the starting location for Thorn Wizard particularly amusing as well. And that's because this Landel Knight is like right over here with a great shield to say, screw you, your spells are stupid and dumb. I can do that though. But then that happens. So, you know. Yeah, this fight is very difficult. Maybe. Eh. The poise of this individual. I'm going over here to buff. The range on that is not as much as I would hope. Fight me. Well, an attempt was made. I'm dead. Chill. Yeah, not that fighting this enemy really does anything for you immediately as Thorn Wizard, I would assume. But yeah, Thorn Wizard's kind of wacky. They get like a pretty powerful sword, but their spells are just like 2 self buffs and then like a weird AoE directly around self that's not very great. I don't think it's very great. Maybe I'm wrong. Obviously, you're not supposed to fight this enemy immediately, I would assume. Yeah, that's not, like, the best spell I've ever seen in my life. You can guard counter my roll damage? That's really funny, actually. There we go. Just do that instead. Yeah, they don't... That's one way to put it, yeah. They don't seem good enough to justify the cost. The bleed buildup. Man. I could go try to get another set of Thorn spells really quick, though. By the way, I think you can just go to the round table. Yeah, you can just go to the Table of Lost Grace. I haven't done this yet. Does this do anything? Is anything happening here if I just go here instantly?
Oh, welcome to the round. I teach
What do you do?
and explore so that one day ensuring. By the way, you do most time you are well.
Okay, you have the basic fire and holy stuff,
May the golden order.
and I think some extras.
Oh, this I can't very well. It is sick. Allow me, you, a house can remember you.
A pleasure to meet. My name is Roderick. Isn't this the round table? I never knew, although I'm still looking.
I just want to know what you can like buy and stuff like that.
You're a new from no matter how you're up. The girl, she's crazy. She has it. I saw in her eye. I see you've noted nothing special. I'm trapped. That's all there is.
It is my instinct to mash through all dialogue.
My being besides, despite my sides here.
Gideon stands out there at the start of the game when you first go to the round table hold to greet you, and then he moves to his office. I guess I have to stay there for a bit to get the gesture. Okay. The spirit calling bell is here, but you start with it anyway, I don't think you need this. Dog. Are these all like the starting weapons for the various classes? I think they are actually. And plus some other random stuff. Huh. Alright. There's actually a... Okay, and the Night Helm gives Strength, Dex, Endurance 1 now. These still don't do anything. You can buy a Tower Shield immediately if you want. So there's a expanded selection from there. If I can make it down here, I can try to get an extra bit of Thorn Sorcery, though that boss might be a bit tough. So, I'm not too impressed by the Aberrant Heretic or whatever. At least not initially. Maybe they get better. So let's see, what else we got? We've still got Godskin Celebrant. They start with a fun weapon. It's not like the best weapon ever, but it's got a moveset that's only on this and one other thing in the base game. This is the Celebrant's Cleaver. It is an axe that does this. But also, more importantly, the strong attack makes you run forward. Gotta get ya! Here I go! It's funny. So, as far as this class goes, Intelligence and Faith and FP cost reduction. Intelligence and Faith. We get Black Flame Blade, which is, I think 30 seconds might be longer than before, but this is a weird, like, temporary sword buff, weapon buff, as it was before. Black Flame Burst, which is like Catch Flame, but with Black Flame, basically. But this inflicts Soul Burn, draining a small amount of HP, as does all Black Flame stuff. Black Flame Dart, just a little bit of Black Flame, etc. And this just has wild strikes, I guess. But yeah. For a little bit of black flame. Probably not like the most immediately impressive class choice for this one either. A lot of what they do is pretty like regular stuff right away. It says that the soul burn doesn't stack, so it's not like they can use all these different sources of it. And the Celebrant's Cleaver here also inflicts it. We start over here in a newly added windmill village that was not previously in this location. Enemies here are not friendly to us for some reason. Like, Soulburn's pretty good. This is much like the windmill village in the plateau. Bit of a dangerous location to start in. Actually, wait, where's like the notes? I'm supposed to get notes and things like this. I just sort of immediately sprinted forward instead of turning around and looking. There they are. There's my notes. So, Faith and Intelligence, Holy Damage, Celebrant's Sickle, Godslayer's Greatsword, Malekith's Black Blade, Black Knife, Godston's Stitcher, Peeler. These are all like base game weapons, actually. Like, literally all of these are in the base game, so none of these weapons listed here are new, which is a bit of a negative, potentially. And the armor sets you would probably expect. Godskin, Malekith, Black Flame Monk. They have stuff going on in the catacombs. The Death-Touched catacombs aren't too far in. Forget exactly where they are. I think... Actually, I think they're like... I think this is another class that can get their Shimmering Rune immediately. Because I think Death-Touched catacombs are like over here. Actually, wait, I should... Like, might as well, I guess, right? So, I don't know why I always forget where allocate flask charges is. Yeah, I think... Yes, Alexander. I think the catacombs are like right over here. I think that's Death Touch. Oh, they put the village here. So, yeah, like very close to the start. Also, this gives you runes when you hit. Hooray, I guess. So we can see a little bit of another dungeon and maybe learn if Black Flame gets more interesting. I do like their starting weapons moveset. That's a big point in their favor, I think. Yeah, this is pretty different. This used to be Skeleton Town. There might still be at least one skeleton in this town. Oh. I didn't notice that you were even here. There are many skeletons in this town. Some of them are inside other people already. That's how skeletons work. What if I just sprint past everything? Uchigatana? I mean, I guess that's normally here. I guess that's not that weird. Oh. Wait, is that... That's not what I'm wearing, that's slightly different. Wonder if it's good for me. Very run-pastable enemies. So, Festive Hood. Int Faith and Mind by 1, or Int Faith and FP cost of incantations. Okay, so it's not... It's a little bit different. Sure, why not? Bit of a side grade. And what the heck is the boss? Oh, that's normal. Why are you wounded? Apparently, enemies don't know how to dodge Black Flame Dart. So that's interesting. I wonder if that's just generally a thing with newer spells? Like, spells added in the mod, maybe enemies don't know how to dodge things? No, Deathroot and Cellar. Oh, we get a new weapon too. How fun. This says Piercing Fang on it now. And also does bleed and soul burn. We need 5 decks to use it. Huh, it seems like this class gets a lot of stuff right away, huh? They get a little bit of weird armor, they get a weapon, they get spells. Black Flame Orbs, Scouring Black Flame, Soul Burn, Burrowing Black Flame. Lots of love for Godslayers in this mod. I was gonna say ROM hack. So, okay. Yep. Black Flame Orb. It's Fireball, but it's Black Flame Orb. Used to exist before. Still does Soul Burn as well. This also existed before in some form. White area. Soul Burn fires a small projectile that afflicts them with a curse on impact, which does continuous holy damage and lowers the absorption of holy for the duration. This does not stack with itself, but does stack with Lesser Soul Burn. Okay, now we're getting somewhere. Burrowing Black Flame. While burrowed, the enemy takes continuous holy damage, and after a short time, the flame then explodes, dealing holy damage in an area around the target. Interesting. Okay, now we're so there are definitely things to learn about, like, the kit of each class beyond the intro of the class. Like, Godskin Celebrant has just become more interesting than they first appeared, for example. Yeah. So, hello, Soulburn. Burrowing Black Flame. Black Flame Dart. You are now having to... Yep, okay. Interesting. Okay, and it stays on the corpse. Does it the corpse can still explode. I see. It's not like a giant explosion or anything, but still an interesting factor. Yeah, that actually is pretty cool. Let me... Need an AoE option. So I've got multiple single target, like, dots to upkeep, basically. Oh, it does poise damage when they explode too. Hello. Okay, this class is getting my attention now that I can see a little more of it. Alright. I'm liking where this is going. Surprising good showing from Godskin Celebrant over here. Interesting. Alright, I didn't expect this to be one I was interested in. But I'm liking like the gameplay suggestions. Oh woo. Of the opening here. It wouldn't be too bad to get to the Celebrant's rib break and try that out for a second while we're here. Thank you for petting Callie as well. Oh, I used the same thing twice. Oh yeah, probably not. Wait, I put... I didn't mean to put two. Wait, if I... Oh yeah, you can just stack them. Does it say it's supposed to do that? It doesn't say anything about stacking. Oh. Huh. Alright, this could be very funny. Actually, hold on. I assumed it was not stackable. It does not say in the description. Okay. Yeah, we'll get to the Rot Mage in a second. That's another one I need to check. But Godskin Celebrant jumped up in my estimation for sure. Oh, I don't have enough. I simply want, since I'm very close to checking a weapon that I got unexpectedly early, I just want to check that first. Yeah, same. Like the explosions and the debuff and like the stacking of damage over time and similar effects. Very fun, actually. And like those explosions do poise damage, so I bet they're pretty alright against bosses too. If you can manage. Alright. I believe this spear was bad in base Elden Ring. I mean, it's a spear. I don't know what I expected. It having piercing fang is different, though. I mean, it's alright. I think I prefer the cleaver. Alright, let's check out Rot Wizard. I believe Rot is like the one left that I wanted to look at. Servant of Rot. They weren't super impressive when I tried them at first, but maybe they unlock interesting things too. So they've got poison armament, poison mist, poison orb, which is like poison fireball, I guess, swarm of flies, and they get faith, arcane, and casting speed. Also physical damage. And they just have like a regular rapier. So it has poison buildup on it and is listed as rotten. And a round shield, but I don't care about that. Yeah, they don't actually start with anything that's actually rotten. Swarm of flies, poison orb. Poison mist. Yeah, they start with rot, but worse, I guess. It's not wrong. They also probably seem a little bit unimpressive because they start in Caelid, which is not great for them. Faith and Arcane with physical damage. Scorpion Stinger, Rotten Crystal Sword, Antspur Rapier, Blade of Scarlet Bloom. So they got stuff going on in the Lake of Rot. Serpent Blood Blade, Melania. All the various rotten weapons. And so on. They can get a relevant kite shield in the swamp, apparently. Caelid Waypoint Ruins is pretty close, actually. I think. I could probably try to get that. Actually, wait, that's a good point. Yeah, there's like the Clean Rot set of armor, but not the weapons. So we are here. I think the Waypoint Ruins are like on this road, so I might be able to actually... Oh, I can just leave here. Perhaps I will be able to find more about Rot if I go this way. By the way, you're allowed to look at the map in combat in this mod. I, for one, am grateful. If the Waypoint Ruins have the same boss that they did before, then it's gonna be like 2 Pumpkinhead enemies. You can also pick up Lifesteal Fist and Poison Mist Ashes of War really quickly. I didn't get the Poison Mist. It's like near the starting location though. That said, Impaling Thrust is probably better to have. Poison Mist is a bit redundant. And also Impaling Thrust is surprisingly useful. Hey, this is more elaborate than usual, isn't it? I think these are the Waypoint Ruins, but there's like more here. Oh no, this is Smoldering Wall. So wait, this is probably where Lava Wizard starts. So you can just ride on over and grab Lava Wizard stuff right away too. Not that it uses the same stats. Kylum Ruins. Right, this is where Kylum Ruins is. There's a lot of stuff around here, isn't there? I remember seeing this in some other class description somewhere. Cool. Yeah, I was expecting... I think the ruins with the two of these guys are the Waypoint ruins I'm supposed to be going to, but I went to the wrong place. Wait. Wait. You can horse here. If you want to. This is very silly. Well, that was my own foolishness. I don't feel like the horse is particularly beneficial in this instance. Also, it takes forever for Rot to do anything at the start. I think maybe the Waypoint runes are south? Maybe they're further along the road? Or maybe they're up here. Don't recall. But yeah, this is a slow start if I've seen one, which I have because I'm looking at it. Maybe they're these over here? Yeah, like, if the Godskin Celebrant initial stuff wasn't that impressive, maybe... Oh yeah, here's the Waypoint ruins. So this is where Rot level 2 lives. Somewhere. Presumably there is a cellar. That's nothing. I merely want to locate the dungeon. I mean the boss fight. I mean the whatever. Unfortunately for me, I can't seem to find it. And I'm probably running in circles. Is it over here? It is. Yep. Oh, this is... Right, this is not a boss zone. Can I just run in here and grab those? I sure freaking can. No boss required. So this is unusual. This is a shimmering rune you can get without a fight. Perhaps they knew? Okay, Poison Orb is pretty alright in some instances. Alright, what do we get? Test threads, makes sense. Chitinous shell. Blighted orb. Rotten mist. Miranda bloom. Okay, that's a lot. That's a lot of things. Let's read about it. So, invoke the aspect of an insect-like pest, increasing physical absorption by 20%, non-physical absorption by 10%, granting additional stamina recovery, and granting 15 HP per second. What? Okay, pest threads. Probably normal? Probably normal for pest threads. Blighted orb. An orb of death. It's a Deathblade fireball for not the Deathblade wizard. But okay. And rot mist makes sense. So we do get rot, and also the Miranda bloom, which is new to the DLC. I don't love the splurt noise of this, but you know. Oh, wandering merchant over here.
Ah, welcome, dear customer. Yes, right. Well, can you please? I'm hungry.
Oh yeah. You can just pick up a merchant's bell bearing when you first run into the merchant. Feature of merchant. It is no longer required to kill them to consolidate their wares into one location. Which people did, apparently. I should level up. And also check the Miranda bloom, probably. I assume it's similar to what it was before. That might be faster than it used to be, but you can charge it. Yeah, you can do this. It's about what I expected. I love to sit in the rotten mist and think about things. I mean, I guess I ought to also try the Deathblade orb, right? But one thing at a time. So none of this is like terribly super interesting still, like right away. This lacks range. Hey. Hey. I mean, I shouldn't have expected it to do much damage to this enemy anyway. I doubt rot works on that enemy either. Like, the buff sounds good. But, you know, eh. I just want to beat up that pumpkin head. Wherever that is. Here it is. Oh, I've inflicted you with worms? That's not what I expected. I guess that's what Deathplate does. Or is that the rot? That might be the rot, actually. Damage is certainly happening over time. This much we can all agree on. I'm noticing that I've made it difficult for myself to see things with my cool spells. I forget how they changed Deathplate. It's in patch notes and stuff somewhere. Wow, that's like 7,000 runes. Okay. And this is... Okay, we get to look at shimmering magma. Like, we can't cast it probably, but we can learn about what it is. Burning Rancor. Familial consumption. Okay, that tracks with Rykard. Lava spray. Fires a volley of magma that burst upon impact. There's a typo there. Sorcery of Tanith. Signature enchantment. Restores HP, FP, and SP upon defeating enemies. Oh, that makes sense. When an enemy dies, you gain additional fire damage to your attacks for 30 seconds. Interesting. And yeah, that makes sense. I think this existed before too. Lowers the target's resistance to status effects by 50% and absorption by 20%. Okay. So that synergizes. Okay, now the rot spells seem more like they have synergy. A little bit. I'm still not too sure about Rot Wizard, though. So probably not this one. All right, so I believe we've looked a little bit at all wizards except for Ice Lightning because it's flashy, fire, and I guess we can look at some other ones. I don't think Rot Wizard is correct though. Rot deals less and Poison deals probably to like even them out. I guess with Rot Wizard you do Deathblade and then Rot and Poison at the same time and stuff like that. It would eventually work out, but so far, Thorns, not impressed with the initial offering. Mystic seems interesting, Godskin Celebrant seems interesting, Lightning seems potentially interesting, as does Necromancer, as does Knight. Gravity, and all of these seem potentially interesting. So Mystic, Godskin Celebrant, Dragon Cultist, Necromancer, Nox, Oracle, Starcaller, and Frostwitch. All of these have some potential. I might as well briefly show the other ones too, while we're here. Because this is the prologue stream where I look at the options. In fact, I'm just gonna not actually put Lenka in any of these spots. I could do something like that. I did flip a coin to decide who I wanted originally. So this is Holy Wizard. Yep, this is episode 0. They get the only seal that has a weight to it. They get to start with the Blade of Calling, which is a neat little dagger. They get that, that's something. Rune Shards is a kind of a cool spell. Can't see it if I shoot it at the light door. I like this spell. I actually like this, what this class starts with. Sacred Ground. This is a damaging area. It's very bright actually, so definitely not this one actually. And also Rejection. Wow, cheap viewers again. Great. So, yeah, that's what this wizard does. It's funny, I just meant to type A for the temporary character, and then I typed Q somehow, and now I'm just doing that occasionally. Oh, is that Litany of Proper Death? Is that what that is? And then, the Ice Lightning one, who I am probably not going to use due to flashing lights. I think they have some of those. So, warning about that, I guess. They get Ice Lightning Sword. Yeah, still pretty flashy. Yeah, that's bad. Don't look at that. They have bubbles. And so yeah, worse than regular lightning. Where is their guide drops? Let me look. Let me see. If this is the one I think it is, I think I know how you missed it. Because I did check all of these before. Yeah, they start in this little area. This is a treasure chest over here. Is this the guide? Yes. Like, they have the end of a wagon in their wall with a box in it. I didn't realize that this was openable at first. So, Underworld Dagger, Dragonkin Seeker's Sword, Dragon Scale Blade, Underworld Great Mace, Clayman's Harpoon, etc., etc. It's not a well-placed thing. No, I agree. It's difficult to see, for sure. They have one notable armor set. But yeah, this class, too many bright lights for sure. And lastly, well, lastly for the wizards, fire. Regular fire. I think this is the most regular of all wizards. They have like the default prophet outfit. They have a weathered flame straight sword, which is different. Maybe more than Glint, yeah, because... Oh, right, I had to do Glint, too. Their basic attacks... These are all just regular game sorceries, or incantations, without significant moderation. Glintstone Sorcerer has some slightly different stuff. But yeah, this is like the most normal. And I do also want to show one thing about the melee classes while I'm here. Or like one of them. So... They get a short sword and a glintstone staff. They get intelligence and FP cost reduction. They start with swift glintstone shard, which is normally not a starting thing. They get glintstone arc, which is also... Okay, these are all also basic. However, they also have energy shell. Convert all incoming damage into FP loss. When your FP reaches 0, the effect will end. This spell disables passive FP recovery. Like, this is interesting. I don't think... Maybe there was a fourth fire one that I just didn't notice. But I don't... It's like... It's interesting. It's not, like, the best thing ever. It's just, like, possibly notable. And one other thing. I was briefly considering starting as a melee character. Because there is a subtle improvement to some of the melee stuff. Like, this character gets to start with a Twin Blade, which is neat. But also, two-handed light attack combo for Twin Blade is faster than it used to be. So, like, subtle improvements exist in melee. The rest of it is the same speed, I think. I actually, like, tested this, so I'm pretty sure it's faster. But yeah, like, melee characters get stuff like dex and weapon stamina cost reduction. But obviously they don't have any spells or anything. And on that note, I think we have a group of potential Lenkas to choose from. So we have 7. Seems I've narrowed it down to 7 that seem interesting. Mystic, Godskin Celebrant, Dragon Cultist, Necromancer, Nox Oracle, Starcaller, and Frostwitch. One of these Lenkas may be the real one, but how are we going to know? If anyone has any strong opinions, I'm willing to hear them. either about which of these are good or which of these are not good, or if they're all okay. Dragon, Frost, Nox, and Celebrant. Yeah. Those are all fun. No strong preferences. All seem good. So, out of all of these, I can say that I'm a little worried about the Dragon Lightning screen flashing, but it's not as bad as Ice Lightning screen flashing, so there is that to consider. Don't mind anything. Also, that's fair. I just have trouble making decisions at times. Let me double check how bright your lightning is. Yeah, not as bad for sure. Yeah, I could try to get the rest of the second level spells. Maybe. Morn Tunnel. That's... That's over here. That's this. Like, that's within distance, I suppose. I did poke into there and die, I think. Yeah, let's try to get some other second level spells on some of the people. We got some of them, but not all of them. That definitely seems like the, where the interesting part is. Though there are some cool weapons, I'm pretty sure, eventually. Right, I put the Crusade insignia on you arbitrarily. Not that it matters. I'm sure I'll get more opportunities to get different talismans and whatnot, just organically. Also, with regard to the cool outfit, you can easily transmogrify anyone's outfit to anything. So that's not really a factor.
They've since come. I fear it's please. Would you mind my soul, please? Thank you. Then please deliver it.
When I do actually like select the character, I will probably put together some sort of outfit for them, regardless of whatever their outfit currently is. This dog is mad at me. This dog is gone. Whoops, whoops. God, if that had hit the merchant somehow, that would have been very funny, but also not intentional. Wait. Oh, they're there. Okay, you have many materials. That makes sense. I don't think we'll have time to go and grab everybody's tier 2 spells. But we can at least try to get this set and take a look at them. And we got a number of them already. Right, when I went to Morn Tunnel, I think that was with the Frenzy character. And that's the one where I, like, accidentally tripped and died on the way in instead of actually going into the tunnel. So I haven't seen the tunnel for real. So let's take the elevator like a sensible person instead of trying to jump down the edges for bonus prizes. There is bonus prizes in there, but let's take the elevator normally first. But yeah, just to review again how the transmogrify system works. You can simply select any armor in the entire game for all categories for no fee. Also, they added this. Is this anything? You can now have Midra's face. So that's fun, I guess. It's quite silly. Alright, so what do we actually have going on in this tunnel? Is it like a regular tunnel? Oh. Not an entirely regular tunnel, no. I believe there's a setting somewhere in the separate version of Transmog that's like you need to find the armor first. That is not present in yeah, no way that has the range. Makes sense. Oh, that's like a Landel Knight. It's like a real guy. That's a serious business individual. You know what? That's fair. So this tunnel is pretty significantly different. It's got many enemies I don't know how to deal with right now. They've placed shield in more locations. Ugh. Not over there. But... The dangers of trying to run through somewhere I have never seen before. What's this? Thanks. Well, that's not terribly helpful. Hey. So this seems to be like a dead end. So there's something I'm missing here. There's stuff down there. I don't know. I think I can probably turn around and go back there. Yep. There it is. Here we go. I'm not sure about the fall damage of falling from the first area. Hey, pickaxe. Here's the boss, whatever it may be. Yes, yes, I'm opening a door. Please wait your turn. Oh dear. I fear this. Oh. It's just a regular individual, almost. Rusted anchor, shimmering rune of lightning. Oh, this door goes somewhere. Where is this? You know what? That makes sense. The Morn Tunnel goes to Castle Morn. Yeah, the electroshock didn't like stagger a boss type enemy. Which makes sense. That seems fair. Lightning Strike, Dragon Bolt Blessing, Lightning Orb, Gathering Current, Knight's Lightning Spear, but that's like one of the strongest DLC incantations. You can't just give me that. What are you doing? I can't use it yet, I don't have enough faith. Offensive Enchantment. Summon lightning that covers your body, reduce the FP cost of incantations by 15%, and increase casting speed by 30. Alright. I forget if Lightning Strike existed before. And Gathering Current. Fires a small projectile of lightning at foes, inflicting them with a curse upon impact. Lowers lightning absorption, reduces the enemy's ability to block, and deals a small amount of continuous damage. Okay, so this is a little debuff and dot type of situation. Not like a super interesting one, but still. Knight's Lightning Spear is really good, though, if it's the same or better. By the way, Castle Morn and many other legacy dungeons significantly altered. Wow, okay, that's rather significantly altered. This is like a completely new area. So we stumbled into something here. I didn't get a stat talisman one, unfortunately. Got another combat one. So this is all like melee stuff. I might be able to get something interesting out of this though. Ritual Sword Talisman. If I don't get hit, my spells from a distance will be stronger. So what is Lightning Strike? Okay, it makes like a line of lightning. This is presumably the regular entrance to Castle Morn. Well, regular as in regular for this mod. Like, this is the entrance you go in normally. That's a boss gate, actually. Does Morn Tunnel skip to the end? It cannot really be spammed, it turns out. Well, I don't know, what's this? You know, that makes sense. So you can skip to the end of Castle Morn through the Morn Tunnel. Apparently. That's fair. I have a solution now. Also, what's this? Oh, that's right. That's back to the tunnel. That makes sense. It's just like pushing on the door and then teleporting. It really seems like I skipped to the end of this dungeon here. Which is fascinating. Castle Morn, but we made the elevator take longer. By adding more vertical space. It seems like they completely redesigned the castle. This could lead to the rest of the castle, I suppose. That's fair. I think the Misbegotten is behaving slightly differently. Potentially. feel like I'm not supposed to be fighting this boss right now. But anyway, I guess that's a preview of where lightning goes from there. So, which ones did I not get extra spells on? I didn't get any. I got the Necromancer spell. I didn't get the Night spells or the Gravity spells. Or the Mystic spells. So those we don't fully know. But they all seemed interesting, potentially. Let me check where those are. I don't think we're going to continue the stream for much longer, but this was a pretty good episode 0 type of situation. Right, we got extra frenzy on this one. Earthbore Cave. I think that's in Altus Plateau. I think that's like up here somewhere, so no on that one. Let me double check. Tell me where the cave is. I was completely wrong. I forgot that existed. It's not at all there. Just Frost and Celebrant? All right. So I could... That one is in Southern Limgrave, so I could theoretically get that one. And where's the Mystic one? The Mystic one Mystic seems interesting too, because they seem to be leading towards status effect stuff as well. Right, there's a mausoleum. I think the next one for you is in Siofra, probably. Close to Merchant in Lower Siofra. Okay, that is... I think I can go get that one. I don't know, I don't remember exactly where the merchant is, but that sounds like there's no fight. Hey, you're not normally there. Hey. Well. Very vulnerable to sleep. On account of, like, normally they're a regular enemy. I can see that, yeah, that makes sense. So I don't know what their other spells are going to be. right, my weapon does sleep too. This has all been... I'm glad it's all been interesting. I'm glad that whatever is happening is not bad also. I think this enemy is resistant to sleep by now. I just have this hunch. Uh-oh. I got hit. Oh, there we go. Right, did I actually mix physic on this character yet? Get back here, you. There. So the map is going to be interesting also, because the map is like, of course, somewhat different, while also like the actual map is different. Yeah, Hal guy's over there. I don't think Spirit Vapor buffs me, but the other thing I have does. Dream Siphon. I did. Okay. What do you think the odds are that I'll go into Seofer and be like, I can probably find the merchant, and it'll be... Well, the door is shut for one... Okay, the door open. I was gonna say, what do you think the odds are that Seofer is gonna be completely different? I forgot I had bow. It's not? Okay, fair enough. Right, right. That's true. Hmm. Okay, I think this looks a little bit different to me. Like this part, I think, is different. Maybe? Maybe it's just the lighting is different or something. I don't remember the building being that tall. Yep, this makes sense. Ah, right. This is where Underworld Mage is. Right here. Might as well, I guess. This is their notes, but I don't know if their equipment is around. Yeah, everyone has some enemies that are friendly to them, I think. Yeah. That's where they put the starting thing for... Cragbolt Wisp, that's not one of the starting ones, I don't think. Ah, you can make one of the wisps. I don't remember exactly where the merchant is, but I think you can get there without too much trouble. Did they put anything over here yet? Is this door still spook your horse? Yes. This is the no horse room. Still funny to me. I think the merchant is somewhere on the left side. I might need to go up as well. Yeah, they're like a floor above here, unless it's in here, because this is technically near the merchant. So. Oop. Alright, I don't remember how to get up there. So we might have a problem there. I'm not gonna light these yet. Is it over here? I think it's over here, actually. I did not expect that. Nope. How dare you try to run past enemies? If I'm remembering this correctly, I think I can get the thing. Yeah, these enemies are all over the place. I didn't realize one of them would drop from the ladder, though. That was funny. Also, these orbs are the worst. The light orbs are... The lightning orbs are bad. If you don't have any cover. Well, oh, I didn't die. The lightning orbs are the worst. I just want to see the spells. That doesn't sound familiar. I'm not an expert navigator, so I'm pretty sure you have to enter the merchant's room from up here. God dang it. Ah! I just want to see the spells. I can't fight these. Also, those hitboxes didn't make sense. No, I can't use any of those. Those are intelligence. Yeah, I thought that would happen. At least once. Oh, this is in my inventory here too. There. There's one of them anyway. Okay, that wasn't actually that bad. Right. I was just a little impatient. I just wanted to see the spells. There it is. Dream Cloak, Spirit Link, Spirit Seekers, Blinding Veil. All of those sound like they could be a lot of different things.
Oh, a customer.
Oh, you have ashes. You know what? That seems relevant. Hold on. Ah, this doesn't have the... This doesn't tell you how many runes like the regular game does. They didn't do that part.
Hello again, good customer.
Hotel's also here.
Goodbye till next.
They changed it to show that in the DLC for the base game, and this mod does not appear to incorporate that change. Okay, what do I need for using these? 24, 24, so gotta level them evenly. Anyway, what do we got? Increases all absorption by 30%, grants additional stamina recovery, and reduces equip load. Lasts for 3 minutes. Alright. Release 3 wisps of airborne spirit vapor that seek out foes, dealing damage and afflicting them with spirit erosion, which deals additional damage over 10 seconds and lowers the target's resistance to magic by 10%. Okay. Interesting. Spirit Link. Perpetual. Makes the caster immune to spirit summon debuffs and grants a FP recovery per second, which never expires. Okay, so we have this. And so we also, like the Necromancer, we have something like this. Okay. Release a projectile at an enemy that afflicts them with a curse that temporarily blinds them, removing them from combat and hiding the caster's visual presence. Huh. Okay, we're starting to get some interesting things. I don't know what I expected. So there's sort of like a tanky support class. Basically. Oh, is that in this game? No, you're thinking of Reforged. Because Reforged has the spirits set to quote-unquote passive mode when you first summon them, and then you have to activate them. Alright, I can see like the gameplay flow of this now. I think I like Mystic. They seem alright. I never equipped this. I can have 3 FP per second. Only with Mystic. Oh, and anyone else who has that incantation. So, alright. We've learned a bit about Mystic. Oh, I forgot to mention. There's a Consume All Runes button and a Consume All Remembrances button. So that's also a feature. Alright, so that means that Mystic has the most playtime now. So the only ones we haven't seen... That's a lot of FP per second. The only ones we haven't seen the level 2 spells of are Gravity and Night, I believe. But all of these seem to have potential. And we'll figure out which one to use next time, because I have been streaming for a bit, so it's time to call it, I think. So, thank you all for watching. This has been episode 0 of Elden Ring: The Convergence. Hopefully we'll be able to figure out what class to actually proceed with next time. There are many interesting wizards in the world. Maybe I'll like make a poll or something. Why not? Maybe I'll make a poll. So stay tuned for a poll link on my social medias or something. But yeah, hopefully that was interesting. It's a bit of a showcase of early gameplay of Convergence in some ways, and I do intend to play more of this. I just gotta make a decision. So, yeah, thank you all for watching. I hope you have a good rest of your day and or night, and I will see you again on the next stream, which may be tomorrow, but I'm not gonna guarantee that. So, good night, everyone.